Hello there, my sleepy travelers. Tonight, as the stars softly blink across the velvet sky and the wind hums a gentle tune through the hedgerows, let us slip quietly into a tale of shadow and light, long hidden beneath the folds of time. You need not worry about where you are, only that you're safe, wrapped in the stillness of twilight, and that the path ahead winds gently, like a stream under moonlight. Far away from the bustle of men and the noise of great battles, there lies a quiet hill in the Shire, where lanterns glow like fireflies, and the air carries the scent of warm bread and tilled earth. But even the most peaceful corners of Middle-earth remember. They remember the fires that once burned beneath mountains, and the ancient fears that walked beside even the wisest of the Maia. Tonight, we follow not a battle, but a memory, a soft uncovering of why one such as Gandalf, the Grey Pilgrim, once trembled at the name Balrog. Now, take a deep breath, let the story guide you, like starlight through the mists. The road is calm, and the night is long. We begin gently. Close your eyes now, dear listener, and let your thoughts settle like autumn leaves upon a quiet forest floor. Tonight's tale is not one told with haste, nor sung with loud voices in great halls. No, this is a whisper carried on the wind, a forgotten thread of time that weaves gently through the folds of the ancient world. It is the tale of one who walked unseen beside kings and beggars alike, of one called Mithrandir by the elves and Gandalf by men and hobbits, a story of stillness, of memory, and of fire. You see, even he, the one who lit his pipe beneath the party tree, who laughed with the little folk and wandered with quiet steps, even he held a fear in his heart, a fear not of death, but of memory. For the fire he would one day face was not unknown to him. The Balrog, that shadow of flame and fury, was no stranger when they met beneath the peaks of Moria. And so, tonight, as the world outside grows quieter with each passing moment, we journey backward through time, to the days before the Fellowship walked the roads of danger, to the hidden years of Gandalf the Grey, to a time when fire had not yet risen, but embers still glowed in the deep places of the world. If you find this path comforting, and if the stories of ancient magic and gentle discovery bring you peace, I welcome you to stay a while. Perhaps you'll find another tales to rest beside in this quiet corner of Middle-earth. You may like or follow, or simply close your eyes and return whenever the stars call you home. Let the mystery unfold slowly now, like the soft turning of a well-worn page. Our tale awaits just beyond the veil of sleep. Come, the wind has shifted, and it carries with it echoes from the deep. Before he was known as the Grey Pilgrim, before fireworks danced across hobbit hillsides and his staff struck down wolves in the wild, he was simply a wanderer. Gandalf the Grey, or Olorin, as he was once called in the distant west, was not always seen with fanfare or fear. In truth, there were times when he walked through Middle-earth like a passing breeze, unnoticed, unburdened, seeking not glory, but understanding. He wore robes of soft gray that matched the mists at dawn and carried a tall, weathered staff, not for power, but for balance and perhaps for memory. His eyes, though gentle, held a glimmer, not of danger, but of distance, the kind of look that belonged to someone who had stood beneath many skies and heard songs long since faded from mortal memory. He was no longer young, but time did not cling to him as it did to others. His beard, white and soft like woven clouds, framed a face both kind and wise, a face that, when lit by firelight, looked as though it remembered the stars when they were new. In these hidden years, the years before the Fellowship, before the Ring, before Khazad-dûm, Gandalf wandered the wilds. Not always in search of something, but often listening to rivers, to trees, to the mountains that rumbled deep in their stone bones, and sometimes to things that should have remained silent. There was a path he walked often, one that curved along the edge of the misty mountains, a quiet trail bordered by moss and birch, soft underfoot and cooled by the shade of ancient trees. To those who passed him, he was but a traveler. But Gandalf was not merely drifting through the world. He was watching, waiting for what even he could not name. But somewhere in the hush between footfalls, he had felt it, a stirring, a flicker of warmth not from the sun, but from something older, something buried. He never spoke of it to the elves, nor to Radagast in his woodland retreat, not even to the eagles who flew over the peaks. But he kept returning to the path, and each time the wind was warmer near the cliffs, the earth below softer, and now and then, in the stillness of night, a dull red glow shimmered faintly beneath the rocks, only to vanish before dawn. Gandalf did not fear the glow. Not yet. He feared the memory it stirred, a memory he thought long forgotten, one not of this age, but of another. And so we begin, not with thunder, but with quiet footsteps. A gray figure moving through a green world, a breeze in his beard, a thought in his heart, a shadow softly waking. In the years before the great tales were sung, and the dark clouds of war gathered once more, Gandalf lived a life that many might not recognize, a quiet life, woven between forest paths, crumbling libraries, and long, starlit walks beneath the skies of Middle-earth. There was no fixed home, no single hearth to return to, yet Gandalf found comfort in that wandering rhythm. His steps were sure, his cloak familiar with every weather. He would often rest near the borders of the Shire, where the hills rolled in gentle waves and the grasses swayed like soft sea foam. He liked the air there, sweet, with the scent of pipeweed and clover, and always tinged with the warmth of laughter from unseen windows. Some mornings, he'd rise with the dew, brushing droplets from the hem of his cloak as birds began their delicate songs. He'd gather dry wood with deliberate care, place it in a small circle of stone, and light it not with magic, but with flint and patience. The fire would crackle gently, never roaring, its flame dancing low, as if it too had learned to whisper. He would sit, legs folded beneath him, sipping a simple tea of pine needles and herbs, warmed in a copper pot darkened by age. With each sip, his eyes would wander to the distance, not seeking anything, but listening. He was always listening. Later, He might stroll through nearby woods, hand trailing along bark and moss, pausing often to observe a beetle or to hum quietly as he walked beside a slow-moving stream. The trees seemed to recognize him, leaning slightly as he passed, their leaves shifting in rhythms that mirrored the thoughts he didn't speak aloud. Books, too, were his companions. In Bree, or tucked away in some long-forgotten room in Rivendell, he would linger among scrolls and brittle tomes, gently turning pages worn thin with time. Not all texts held answers. Some merely raised better questions. And Gandalf had long ago learned the worth of good questions. But even within this tapestry of gentle routines, something began to change. At first, it was subtle, like a missed step in a well-rehearsed dance. The breeze carried a different song when he crossed a certain ridge near the mountains of Mirkwood. It was not unpleasant, just unfamiliar, a low hum beneath the rustling of leaves, a tone that vibrated not through the ears, but through the bones. One evening, as he walked along a sun-dappled path in the foothills, Gandalf noticed a cluster of blue flowers blooming in a place they never had before. He stopped, kneeling carefully, letting his fingers hover above the petals. They were warm, not from the sun, for the valley had been cool that day, but as if some quiet ember lived beneath the soil. He said nothing, not to the breeze, not even to himself. A few nights later, while camping near a familiar outcropping, Gandalf awoke just before dawn. The stars still glimmered, and the moon was low, casting silver light through the sparse canopy, but something was different. The rocks near the edge of the clearing, smooth gray stones he had walked past a dozen times, now shimmered faintly, their outlines glowing with a soft reddish hue. He sat up, unmoving, his breath calm, his eyes steady. The glow pulsed like a heartbeat, slow, ancient, alive, but only for a few minutes. Then, as the first gold of sunrise touched the treetops, it faded. The stones returned to stillness. The light was gone. In the days that followed, the feeling lingered. Gandalf found himself humming old melodies he hadn't thought of in centuries, tunes sung by the elves in Valinor long before Middle-earth knew fire. He would pause mid-step, gaze westward, and feel the air grow heavier, as if it too were remembering something. The animals began behaving strangely, not fearfully, no, not yet. But the birds would fall silent when he passed near certain cliffs. The foxes, clever and curious, would stop and watch him from afar, ears cocked, tails low, as though sensing an echo that he himself could not yet name. It was in these moments, brief, soft, wrapped in layers of normalcy, that the first threads of something deeper began to pull. He began revisiting the same locations more often, not searching exactly, just returning, as though something called to him, not in speech, but in rhythm, a pulse beneath the earth, a memory just outside of reach. One morning, after a soft rainfall, Gandalf sat beside a small pond fed by a trickling stream. Mist rose gently from the surface, and lily pads floated like forgotten thoughts across the water. He gazed into it, sipping his tea slowly, and then, for only a heartbeat, he saw a reflection that was not his own. not in form, but in fire. The surface of the pond shimmered orange and gold, not with the rising sun, for it had not yet breached the trees, but from within. The depths flickered with ancient flame. Shadows coiled in the mist, forming wings, horns, and then nothing. It vanished, not with a splash, not even with a ripple, just stillness. He did not move for a long while. Instead, he closed his eyes, breathed deeply, and let the warmth of the earth steady him. Whatever had stirred, it was not ready to rise, not yet, but it remembered him, and more importantly, he remembered it. That night, as he prepared his small campfire beneath a sky brushed with lavender clouds, Gandalf spoke softly to the night. "I had hoped," he murmured, "you had faded with the first age." The wind answered only with stillness. In the quiet days that followed, Gandalf began writing again. Not letters, not records, but simple notes, tucked into the folds of old journals and under loose stones along the paths he traveled. He wasn't hiding them, he was preparing, like breadcrumbs laid gently in a forest of time, so that if the thread tugged again, he could follow. And though he smiled still, laughed with hobbits, nodded politely to strangers, something in his step grew slower, not from fear but reverence. For something ancient was stirring, not rising yet, just turning in sleep. The embers below the mountains were waking, and he, once called Olorin, had felt their warmth before. But for now, the Shire was still safe, the skies were still blue, and the story was only beginning to unfold. The days flowed on, unhurried and quiet, like a silver stream slipping through mossy stone. And though Gandalf's steps remained light and his smile warm, the land itself had begun to whisper again, softly, yes, but clearly. It was not the wind alone that stirred the leaves now, nor was it memory alone that brushed the edge of his thoughts. There was something else. He first felt it again, in the depths of the southern greenwood, what some would later call Mirkwood, though in those days the shadow had not yet deepened. It was an old forest even then, a place of tall, dark trees, with moss like velvet and roots that curled like ancient fingers. The air held a cool dampness that clung to the skin and smelled of wet bark, mushrooms, and the faint perfume of unseen blossoms. One quiet afternoon, he wandered through its edge, letting his hand drift across tree trunks and watching sunbeams scatter through the canopy like gold dust. Birds called in high lilting tones, though never too near, and when he paused beside a pool dark as obsidian, he heard a sound that was not from any bird. It was soft, musical, a single note, high and clear, like glass struck gently by a silver ring. It shimmered in the air and lingered longer than any natural tone should. Gandalf stilled, his breath caught in reverent curiosity. He turned toward the source, a thicket overgrown with bramble and fern. He stepped lightly through the underbrush, and then he saw it. Not far from the roots of an ash tree stood a stone, half sunken into the earth and blanketed in ivy. But it pulsed with faint, golden light. Not bright, no, never jarring, but steady, as though it beat in time with the forest itself. He knelt, brushing aside the leaves. Carved upon the stone was a rune, one he hadn't seen in many centuries, not elvish, not dwarvish, older, a mark once used by the Maia in the days before speech was shared with men, a symbol not of power, but of warning, and yet the forest around him was calm. There was no danger here, no threat, only stillness and the steady hum of something unseen. He touched the stone gently. It was warm, and in that instant, the air around him changed. The birdsong quieted, the wind fell still, and for the briefest moment, he felt the ground below him stretch far deeper than the roots of trees. He felt the breath of stone, the memory of fire, the echo of something vast and buried, curled far beneath the land like a sleeping serpent. Then it passed. The breeze stirred again, leaves danced, a squirrel chirped high above, unaware that anything had shifted at all. But Gandalf sat there for a while longer, fingers resting lightly on the ancient stone, letting the warmth seep into his skin. He said nothing. He simply listened. Over the next weeks, the signs grew more frequent. In the withered heath, while walking under a pale moon, he saw fireflies gather around his path in unnatural numbers. They did not flit and dart as insects should. Instead, they hovered in a slow, perfect arc, as though tracing a forgotten sigil into the night air. When he stepped forward, they parted for him in reverent silence. In the fields beyond Eregion, where once the greatest elven forges had burned bright, he found a circle of grass that had not withered with the season's turn. It was green and lush, even though frost curled on every other leaf nearby. And at the center of that circle, a single stone, flat and gray, with a shallow burn mark shaped like an open hand. He remembered that shape. He remembered the fire it came from. Once, while resting by the loud water, he caught sight of the river reflecting stars not yet in the sky. He blinked, and they were gone. But the feeling they left, that weightless sense of stepping through the veil of time, remained. All around him, the world seemed to hum, not loudly, not ominously, but with a kind of breathless expectancy, as if the earth itself had paused, waiting, and Gandalf, though still calm, could feel the rhythm of those ancient days returning. One evening, beneath the long shadows of the misty mountains, he chose to camp in a small grove. The grass there was soft, and the sky above clear and kind. He lit no fire, content instead with the warmth of his cloak and the quiet company of stars. As he lay back, eyes half closed, he began to hear the trees whisper again. Not in words, no, but in patterns. The rustle of branches, the distant croak of frogs, the subtle creak of old bark. They formed something, not a message, but a song he had heard long ago. It had no lyrics, no language, just the same rise and fall of sound that echoed in the ancient halls of Valinor, melodies sung by spirits before the sun first rose, when the world was young and full of promise. He did not move, he did not sleep, he simply listened. When dawn came, he opened his eyes and saw, nestled at the base of a tree, a single feather, but not of any bird he knew. It shimmered faintly with hues of amber and charcoal, like flame wrapped in shadow. He took it gently, held it to the light, and once more he remembered. It was not a threat, what stirred beneath the land. Not yet, but it was awake, and it remembered him. The forest, the stones, the rivers, all of them were whispering stories from long ago, stories of fire, of battles beneath the world, of a shadow with no name save in old tongues. And still, Gandalf did not speak of it to others, not to Elrond, not to Radagast, not even to himself aloud. But he walked more often near mountains now. He lingered near caves and ancient paths long sealed, and when he looked into the west, toward the lands beyond the sea, he did so with quieter eyes. There was no fear in him, not yet, only wonder, and the growing sense that soon, very soon, he would be called to walk again into the deep places of the world. Not with armies, not with horns or banners, but with silence and with memory, the kind of memory that burns low and bright, like a coal buried in ash, waiting. It happened in the deep hours before dawn, in the hush that comes when even the moon withdraws and stars seem to pause their shimmering breath. Gandalf had taken shelter in a narrow mountain pass nestled within the folds of the misty mountains, far east of the old dwarven roads and south of where birds flew freely. Here, stone met stone in solemn embrace, and the wind hummed low like the voice of something ancient speaking through stone lips. He sat beside a small fire, its glow wrapped in a circle of rocks, not for warmth, but for company, for even one as old and knowing as he could sometimes feel the press of memory in lonely places. The smoke drifted up in lazy spirals, vanishing into the darkness above, and Gandalf's eyes, half lidded with calm thought, followed its dance. He was not waiting for anything, and yet something came. At first, it was only a shift in the air, a stillness deeper than silence, as though the very breath of the mountain had been held. Then, without footsteps or echo, came the faintest sound, a voice, not in words, but in resonance. It trembled not through the air, but through the stone beneath him, like a memory rising through roots, low, distant, and full of slow power. It called not his name, but his knowing. Gandalf stood, gently brushing the ashes from his robe, and turned without urgency toward the narrow crack in the wall behind him, a seam of darkness he had passed a dozen times in the last hour, thinking it no more than shadow. But now it breathed. He lifted his staff, though he did not light it, and stepped forward. The passage opened not wide, but deep, a narrow throat descending into the bones of the mountain. He entered, the rock-swallowed sound. Even the scuff of his boots was muffled. No echoes, no wind, just the steady, ever downward pull of earth. He did not hurry. He walked as one does through a dream. Downward he went, past walls carved not by tool, but by age and fire. The air grew warmer, not oppressive, but heavy, as if thick with old memory. The scent of iron and something older than rot filled the space, but not unpleasantly so. It was the scent of forgotten places, of things buried and still watching. Then he reached it. The tunnel opened into a wide chamber, domed and quiet, where the stone glowed faintly red, though no flame could be seen. And in the center, resting as though laid down by ancient hands, was a great stone seal, half buried in dust and time. Upon it, a sigil, a figure of flame encircled by chains. The lines were not etched by chisel, but scorched, as though burned into the rock itself by some impossible heat. Gandalf approached, each step careful, deliberate. He did not reach to touch the seal, not yet. Instead, he knelt, lowering his hand slowly to hover just above the symbol. The heat met him there, gentle but insistent, like the warmth of coals long buried. And then, in that breathless moment, the chamber shifted. A whisper passed through it, not of air, but of memory. The walls pulsed, not visibly, but Gandalf felt it. The mountains stirred, and then, from deep within, far below even this chamber, came a sound. It was not a roar, not a groan, but a deep, resonant breath, a long, slow inhalation, as though something vast had just remembered it was alive. Gandalf's eyes closed. The feather he had found weeks ago, hidden at the base of a tree, the fireflies in strange formation, the stone with the Maia rune, it all led here. He felt not fear, but recognition. There were things in the world deeper than memory, older than language, and this presence below him was one of them, not evil, not now, merely waiting, asleep perhaps, or simply listening. For a long time he knelt there, the warmth seeping through his skin into his bones. Then came the vision, not a dream, nor a waking hallucination, but something in between. He saw, not with eyes, but with knowing, a vast cavern far below, where flame walked like a creature, and shadows curled like smoke around it. Not wild, but graceful, not bestial, but noble in its own strange way. A form like a man, but not a man, wreathed in fire and sorrow, wings of shadow spread wide, not for flight, but for memory. It did not speak, it simply was, and Gandalf understood then what most had forgotten. The Balrogs, or what the Eldar once called the Valorokar, were not mindless beasts. They were spirits, once of fire and will, who had walked among the Maia before the world was broken. Servants of shadow, yes, but not born in it. And this one, this being beneath the mountain, remembered. It remembered the days of glory, the fall, the fire, the long exile in the dark, and it remembered him, not as Gandalf, not as the Grey Pilgrim, but as Olorin. The chamber faded gently as he drew in a soft breath. The seal still lay before him, the air still pulsed with ancient warmth, but the vision had passed. He did not stand at once. He simply sat beside the seal, resting his back against the wall of the chamber, listening once more to the silence. Not all things that sleep are lost. Some are waiting, not to rise in wrath, but to be remembered. At length, Gandalf rose. He bowed his head toward the seal, a gesture not of worship, but of recognition, one ancient spirit acknowledging another. Then he turned and walked back up the tunnel, leaving the warmth behind. As he emerged into the pre-dawn chill, the air bit gently at his cheeks, and the stars above seemed to twinkle in quiet approval. The memory of the vision lingered, not like a weight, but like the final chord of a long-forgotten song. He would not speak of what he had seen, not yet. But the next time he stood before the gates of Moria, or felt the mountains tremble with something more than stone, he would not wonder why his heart remembered heat and shadow. He already knew there are beings in Middle-earth older than fear, and Gandalf had just bowed before one. The cold morning light filtered across the high ridges of the misty mountains, painting soft silver lines across the peaks. Far below the sky's edge, Gandalf sat again by the same fire, now little more than dim embers, in a ring of stone, his cloak drawn close about his shoulders. He looked neither east nor west, but downward, as if listening still to the slow breath of the earth. He did not speak, even for a Maia such as himself. There were moments so old, so full of echo and meaning, that words became burdens, too narrow to carry the weight of wonder or sorrow. The chamber beneath the mountain and the seal that glowed without flame were now behind him, yet their memory clung to the folds of his robe and the edges of his thought, as smoke clings to wool. He reached for his pipe with slow hands, not for habit, but for comfort. Lighting it with a soft flick of thumb and flint, he drew in a long, measured breath, the smoke curling upward into the still air like a drifting spirit. And still, the silence of the mountains answered him. But Gandalf was not alone in that silence. There was something in him now that had awakened, not fear nor dread, but a remembering, a sense, deep and slow as the roots of mountains, that the world was older than even he had allowed himself to feel. The Balrog he had glimpsed in vision, not in form, but in flame and knowing, had not roared or lunged or screamed. It had simply been a presence not born of fire, but remembering fire. And Gandalf knew that to name such a creature as mere beast was to do violence to the fabric of memory itself. He thought then of Valinor, not as it was told in stories, but as he had once walked it, long before Middle-earth was shaped. He remembered gardens that sang, and halls where light had no source, but glowed from the air itself. He remembered Elbereth's voice, not in words, but in feeling, and the slow music of stars being born, and he remembered his choice, long ago, to leave that place, to come into this world as a guide, a helper, never to dominate, never to reveal too much, to walk beside others, quietly. But there, beneath the mountains, for just a moment, something had seen him, not as Gandalf, but as Olorin, and in that moment, the soft veil he wore, the kindly old man, the pipe smoker, the fire starter, had become transparent. The deeper self, the one forged before the shaping of the seas, had stood in recognition. He puffed gently, watching the smoke drift through his fingers. The stars above had faded now, but he could still feel them, like watchful eyes through clouds, the kind that do not judge, but wait. And so he sat, and thought, and remembered. There was no great burden in it, only weight, like the steady pressure of a hand on one's shoulder. The sort of presence that reminds you you're not as alone as you thought. As the sun crested the eastern peaks, brushing the upper cliffs with gold, Gandalf let his gaze follow it, soft and unhurried. It would be weeks before he crossed paths again with travelers, perhaps longer, but in that moment, time folded inward like the petals of an old flower, and he was held in a stillness that had no need of days or minutes. He thought, too, of fire. How curious that it should be both destroyer and illuminator. He had always known the Valorokar as dark legends, the shadow in the corner of every elven tale. And yet, there was something beautiful in that ancient fire, something sorrowful. He wondered quietly if perhaps the Balrog was not merely hiding, but mourning the ages lost, the betrayal, the exile into shadow, mourning the long forgetting. And as he held that thought, he felt no hatred, only a soft ache, a kinship not of purpose but of age, of memory. He had seen elves fading, trees falling, songs being forgotten, and now he had touched, however gently, something that bore the same weight. He looked to the west, where the horizon met the sky in a haze of pearl and lavender. Somewhere beyond that line lay the sea, and beyond the sea, home. But home was not for him. Not yet. He had made a vow, unspoken, but true, to walk this land while its stories still needed telling, while there were those who could be guided, protected, encouraged. And this too he now realized, the fear he would one day feel deep in the mines of Moria, when fire bloomed and darkness rose, would not be born of weakness. It would be born of recognition. He would know what approached him, and that knowing would ache. For a moment, Gandalf let his head rest gently against a smooth rock behind him, his breath slow, his heart even. He was not troubled, only stilled, the kind of stillness one finds only when face to face with an echo that is older than words. The kind of stillness one finds when walking past the edge of legend and discovering that myth breathes just as softly, just as sadly as we do. And so he remained, not to retreat from the world, but to feel it more deeply, to let the slow turning of the earth beneath him cradle his thoughts as the stars had once cradled his beginning. No spell was cast, no secret revealed, and yet everything had changed. He now knew that the fires below the mountains were not just waiting, they were remembering, and he would remember with them. Gandalf had long since learned that the most meaningful conversations often came not from seeking, but from pausing. And so, when the trail curved beside a quiet stream nestled beneath birch trees and stony ledges, he stopped, not because he was weary, but because the air whispered of an old presence. The wind shifted, not sharply, not with alarm, but with the hush of something careful and kind. He sat beneath the bending arms of a pale birch, its bark curled like old scrolls, and waited, his staff resting beside him, his fingers gently folded across his lap. The stream murmured over smooth stones, weaving a lullaby as old as Arda. And then he heard it, not a footstep, nor the crack of twig, but a voice, melodic, like water falling through leaves. "You walk gently, Olorin." He turned his head, not startled, for he had known someone would come. There, across the water, stood an elf. Her cloak was of sea gray, threaded with dusk light, and her hair shimmered like moonlit flax. She did not bow, nor did he. Instead, their eyes met, and in that glance passed 100 years of silent understanding. "I wondered if the trees would send someone," Gandalf murmured, voice like worn velvet. "The trees remember what we forget," the elf replied, her voice quiet as snowfall. They speak of warmth beneath the stone, of fire that is not fire. She stepped lightly across a natural bridge of stone, joining him beneath the birch. Together, they listened to the stream, letting silence fill the space where lesser minds would speak. I saw it, Gandalf said softly, or rather, I was seen. The elf did not ask for more. Instead, she bent and placed a small bundle beside him, wrapped in cloth of woven twilight. Malern bark and starlit time, she whispered, for clarity of thought when dreams begin to crowd. He took it gently, nodding in thanks. There was no need for grand gestures between the wise. You are not the first to feel the deep fire, she added after a time, nor the last, but few choose to walk beside it in silence. It was not choice, Gandalf murmured, but a remembering. She smiled, not with her lips, but in the corners of her gaze. That too is a choice, she said, and then, like mist retreating beneath the sun, she rose and was gone. No farewell, only the continued song of the stream. That night, Gandalf camped by a standing stone, half sunk into moss, and there, while warming tea over a quiet flame, he heard another voice, low and steady. Mind if I share your fire, Grey Pilgrim? A man stepped into the circle of light, clad in dark leathers, his cloak dusted with road soil. A ranger, one of the Dunedain, weathered by travel, but not aged by time. Gandalf gestured, and the man sat, unrolling a worn cloth that smelled faintly of pipeweed. They did not trade names, for names are not always needed between those who walk roads few others follow. Long way from home, the man said, eyes reflecting firelight. So are you, Gandalf replied, eyes twinkling. The ranger chuckled. True, though I reckon we're never far from the edge of old tales. Just beneath our boots, they sleep. He drew a long breath, letting the scent of pine and ash fill his lungs. I passed through the lower vales yesterday, he said, voice quiet. The animals are restless. Birds fly before dawn. Even the rivers seem to mutter in a different tongue. Gandalf nodded, stirring the tea with the end of a twig. The land knows. It remembers more than we do. The man tilted his head, thoughtful. Do you think it's returning, whatever slumbers beneath? The wizard stared into the coals. I think, he said slowly, that it never truly left, only faded from view, like smoke in a breeze. They drank together in silence, the kind of silence that warms rather than chills. Before parting, the ranger spoke once more. If you follow the old goat path north, he said, you'll find a ring of stones. Not many know of it, but the wind sings there in voices not quite of this world. Gandalf inclined his head. I will listen. And the man was gone. A day later, he stood among those very stones, weathered, moss-covered, and older than the kingdoms of men. No inscriptions marked them, yet they hummed with memory, low and steady, like a lullaby forgotten by time. And there, curled between two ancient slabs, was a creature not quite beast, not quite spirit. It looked at him, not with eyes, but with the understanding. A soft rustle, a blink. Then it turned, vanishing between the shadows of stone. It had not spoken, but its presence filled Gandalf with something he hadn't felt in many moons. Hope, for even here, among echoes of flame and deep lore, there walked things that watched, that remembered, and that cared. He lingered by the stones until dusk. The stars blinked awake one by one, scattered across the velvet sky like gems spilled from Elbereth's hand. And Gandalf, staff across his knees, whispered softly to the night, "I am listening." For in that moment, he was not Mithrandir, bearer of fire or shadow walker of ages past. He was simply a traveler, held in the arms of the world, and the world whispered back, not with answers, but with presence. That was enough. The stars had settled into their nightly dance, scattered like shimmering dust upon a deep indigo sky. Gandalf had found a clearing wrapped by ancient trees, silent witnesses to ages long past, and there he made his camp. A low fire crackled gently, not for warmth, but for company. The flames flickered in rhythm with his thoughts, casting amber light upon the surrounding stone. He had not spoken much in days, and the quiet had become a companion more intimate than any voice. Yet that evening, something in the air felt different, less like solitude and more like a pause, as though the world itself waited for a story to rise. And soon it did. The trees rustled, but not with wind. A soft footstep approached, slow and unthreatening. It was the elf again, the same one who had given him the pouch of starlit time. She sat across the fire from him, wordless at first, laying down a folded cloak stitched with symbols of the West. They sat like that for some time, letting silence stretch into something sacred. Then, with a breath as soft as the breeze, she spoke. "There is an old tale," she said, her voice quiet but sure, "of a Balrog that wept." Gandalf turned slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Not all of them were made wholly of rage," she continued. "They were once spirits of flame, kindled in the dawn of the world, before the breaking of harmony. When Melkor bent them to his will, their songs were shattered. But once, only once, one resisted. She reached for a thin branch and gently prodded the fire, revealing a deeper glow. It is said that this Balrog lived in the deep places beneath Thangorodrim. But when the war of wrath came, and fire fell from the heavens, it fled, not from fear, but sorrow." Gandalf's brows lowered, not in suspicion, but in thought. "What became of it?" he asked, voice like velvet. "No one knows," she said, "but some say the mountain it found became its tomb, and its sorrow became silence." They let the tale breathe in the stillness, like smoke curling upward into the branches. A voice broke the moment, low and calm. "I've heard that tale," came the familiar tone of the Dunedain ranger, stepping quietly into the circle of firelight. "Only the version I was told spoke not of sorrow, but of sleep, that the creature waits, not in grief, but in dreaming, waiting for a song to wake it." The elf did not disagree. She only smiled faintly, as if both stories could live side by side. Gandalf stirred the fire. "It is strange," he said softly, "how even in the deepest darkness, the old songs linger." The ranger sat down and reached into his pack, pulling free a narrow, leather-bound journal. He passed it to Gandalf, who opened it carefully. "Collected stories," the man said, "from Bree to Rivendell, little things whispered in corners, songs sung to sleeping children." One page read, "When stars burn low and echoes weep, beneath the stone the fire sleeps. But should the bell of silver ring, the mountain's heart shall rise and sing." Gandalf traced the words with a finger, feeling their weight more than their meaning. "Not all tales are warnings," the elf said gently. "Some are keys." She reached into her cloak and pulled forth a smooth stone no bigger than a walnut. It shimmered faintly, like water under moonlight. "This came from the same mountain," she whispered. "Found it years ago. It sings when held at dusk." She placed it between them. As the firelight kissed its surface, a faint hum rose, barely audible, yet deeply felt, a vibration more than a note, like something ancient remembering its name. The three sat quietly as the sound faded. Above them, the stars pulsed gently in the dome of night. "It was not the flame I feared," Gandalf said at last, "nor the strength of its arms. It was the memory, the sheer weight of what it had seen and chosen to carry still." He looked up, his eyes wet with light. "I have walked among men and elves, among hobbits and dwarves, but never have I seen such grief in a creature's presence. Not anger, grief." The ranger placed another log on the fire, its edges glowing like the rim of dawn. "There is a belief," he said slowly, "among some in the south, that if a being weeps once every 1,000 years, the world is made gentler for it." The elf nodded. "Not all sorrow is a burden. Sometimes it is a gift, a way the world remembers its softness." For a long while, they said no more. The stories had settled into their bones, like warmth from the fire curling into their cloaks. Around them, the trees stood quiet, not as watchers, but as listeners. And the land seemed to breathe with them. "Do you think," Gandalf asked softly, "that stories can soothe even such as it?" The elf met his eyes, full of calm certainty. "I think stories are the last thing to fade. Even when fire dies and towers fall, it is the tale that lingers." She stood slowly, brushing ash from her cloak. "And sometimes," she added, "a story is all that stands between forgetting and becoming forgotten." The ranger stood too, wrapping his cloak tighter around his shoulders. "I'll follow the stream north," he said. "There are whispers in the reeds, nothing sharp, but worth listening to." He turned to Gandalf, eyes calm. "If you pass through the silver birches, look for the wind chimes. The old woman there knows songs that make even the night hesitate." With a soft farewell, they stepped back into the dark. Gandalf remained by the fire, now a low cradle of embers. He looked down at the stone in his palm, still faintly warm, still faintly humming, and he whispered, not to himself, but to the world, "If you are listening, I remember you." The wind carried the words away gently, like fallen leaves drifting across water, and far beneath the earth, in chambers unlit and timeless, the echo stirred, not with fury, not with pain, but with memory. And that night, under stars old enough to recall the first light, Middle-earth rested a little easier, warmed not by fire, but by the quiet power of stories well told. The fire had long since burned low, and the stars above had shifted across the sky like silent sentinels keeping watch over the earth. Gandalf sat still, the stone the elf had given him resting in the palm of his hand, warm against the cool of the night. The hum that had once risen faintly from its smooth surface was silent now, but its memory lingered in his fingertips. He looked into the flames, their light dancing in his gray eyes like echoes of a past not yet fully spoken. The mystery that had quietly followed him for days, perhaps weeks, was now gathering its final form. The signs, soft at first, then more certain, had not led him astray. A forgotten path marked by starlight, leaves that whispered names older than languages, a stone that hummed with the voice of the mountains. These had all pointed toward the same truth. Something ancient, something buried beneath Middle-earth, was not merely waiting. It was remembering, and Gandalf was remembering too. It began with a dream, one that came upon him gently, like mist curling through the lowlands at dawn. In it, he walked through the deep places of the world, not with haste or fear, but with reverence. Walls of black stone lined his path, veins of forgotten fire glowing faintly within them. The silence was so complete, it felt like the world had paused its breathing. Then, a sound. Not a roar, not a growl, a sigh, as though the mountain itself had exhaled. He awoke before dawn, and with no words spoken, began to walk. The forest around him whispered farewells in rustling leaves. The birds did not sing, yet their presence could be felt, watching from the high boughs with soft understanding. The journey took him beyond maps and memory to the foot of the mountain that locals only called Durith Naur, the shadowed flame. It had no place on charts, no record in elven lore. But Gandalf knew, deep within its heart, beneath layers of stone and time, the truth lay hidden. The entrance to the cavern yawned like the mouth of an old god, lined with stones worn smooth by time. Gandalf entered slowly, staff in hand, the light at its tip a steady comfort in the dark. The air grew warm, then hot, but not oppressively so. It was the heat of memory, of something eternal still breathing. He descended. Each step took him further into the earth and further back through time. He saw remnants, old carvings etched in runes long forgotten, ancient helms rusted beyond recognition, bones that had turned to stone. All signs that something immense had passed through here once. And then he reached it. A great chamber opened before him, wider than the halls of Khazad-dûm, more silent than the tombs of Númenor. At its center slumbered a shape, enormous, still, a being of shadow and ember, the Balrog. But it did not stir. Gandalf did not raise his staff. He did not speak. He simply stood, listening to the slow, rhythmic sound that filled the space. Breath. The creature was not dead, not dormant. It was sleeping, deeply. And in its sleep, it dreamed. Gandalf could see the dreams. They came as wisps, images floating above the Balrog, like smoke from a sacred fire, visions of the world as it was before its corruption. Trees bathed in golden light, choirs of Ainur singing into the dawn, a time before fear, before fire, became a weapon. He stepped closer, not from bravery, from sorrow. This creature, this fearsome beast, spoken of in trembled tales, had once been a Maia like himself, a being of light, now buried beneath layers of pain and rage, and somewhere, deep within, a part of it still remembered. That was why Gandalf feared the Balrog, not for its power, but for its grief. Grief turned inward becomes fire. Fire turned outward becomes destruction. And here lay a creature made of both. He sat before it, cross-legged like a child at a hearth, and reached into his cloak. The stone, he placed it gently on the ground, and it began to hum again, softly, as if in recognition. The Balrog stirred, not in fury, but in awareness. Its eyes opened, not flames, but coals, deep and dim. They met Gandalf's not with hatred, but with the weight of centuries. No words were spoken. Only understanding passed between them, like the gentle current of a river beneath ice. You remember. I do. The air shimmered slightly, as if the mountain itself exhaled in relief. The Balrog did not rise. It did not roar. It closed its eyes once more, and in doing so, the chamber grew quieter still, not out of fear, but peace. Gandalf stood, taking the stone once more. He walked back the way he had come, not with haste, but with deep reverence. Outside, the sky had lightened. Dawn was spilling over the horizon in ribbons of soft gold. He breathed it in, letting the fresh air fill his lungs. The mountain behind him stood as it always had, unmoving. But now, he understood. The battle that would one day come was not a clash of might, but of memory. And the fear he carried was not of death, but of awakening that which had chosen so painfully to forget. He returned to the forest glade by evening, where the fire had long gone out. The elf was gone, the ranger too. Only the soft chirr of insects and the rustle of wind remained. Gandalf sat once more, the stone beside him. He looked up to the stars. I remember now, he whispered, and for the first time in many nights, he closed his eyes and rested. The fire within him had not dimmed, but it no longer burned. The fire within the glade had long gone cold, but the stars above remained, steady and silent, like old friends standing watch over the sleeping world. The air was cool now, kissed by the gentlest winds of dawn, and all around, Middle-earth exhaled a deep, quiet peace. Gandalf stirred slightly, his cloak gathered about him, the ancient stone cradled in one hand. It no longer hummed, it had done its part, and now, like the old wizard himself, it was content to rest. There was no longer a weight in his chest, no tremor of unspoken fear, only a calmness that reached deep, as though it had settled in his bones and whispered, "All is well." He looked to the east, where the sky was blooming in soft hues of rose and pale gold. A new day was beginning, untouched and unsullied, as if the world itself had turned a page. "My dear friends," Gandalf might have said to no one and to all, "do not be afraid of what sleeps beneath the mountains. Fear not the fire that once raged in forgotten places. Even shadow remembers the light." The glade was still now, not empty, never empty, but full of quiet life. The distant hoot of an owl finishing its night's watch The slow rustle of a hedgehog returning to its den, the gentle ripple of leaves in the tall oaks that stood like guardians over the land. If you were there, if you were watching, perhaps you would see Gandalf's shoulders ease just slightly. Perhaps you would hear him sigh, not from weariness, but from the fullness of a heart finally at rest. And as he sat there, bathed in the first light of morning, perhaps you would understand that this tale, though steeped in memory and mystery, is not about fear at all. It is about remembrance, about understanding what came before us and choosing, quietly and gently, to walk forward anyway. It is about looking into the fire, not to battle it, but to listen to what it remembers, and in doing so, to know peace. So rest now, dear listener. Let the stars carry your thoughts as they carried Gandalf's. Let the winds cradle you, soft and sure, as they do the hills and trees of the Shire. Know that you are safe. The world is old and deep and filled with mystery, yes, but it is also filled with quiet wonders waiting to be known. Tonight, let go of what burdens you. There is no need to rush, no need to solve, no need to act. There is only this moment, soft and still, as the world turns slowly into dreams. And in those dreams, perhaps you too will walk the ancient paths. Perhaps you will hear the quiet song of the stones, or see the shimmer of forgotten stars reflected in a woodland stream. But for now, simply rest. Sleep well, gentle traveler. The fire has dimmed, the story is done, and the mountain sleeps, so should you.